Why, hello there. Let's make sure all the things are happy. Not there anymore. Just here. There we go. Okay. Probably good. That seems good. And that seems good. Camera has gone slightly blurry already. Cool, 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 cool. Big fan, big fan. Not really. I forgot. I was going to double check. We may still have spotty connection today. We'll just kind of have to see how it goes, because it comes and goes, right? But I was going to check the status of... not that. That's good. But, not that either. Check the status of this. Yeah, they may not get to it this week. Well, this weekend. Week for me of streaming. Anywho, we're just going to power through until something changes. Because it's been going, you know, thus far. It's slowly getting worse, I think. Let's fix this while we're here. My camera seems to freeze less now after a couple updates. When I fix that, that's cool. Okay. So, we were in the process of getting this stuff working again. Also, I was going to do this. All about that. All right. And we'll check that. That's fine. So, we have a little bit of that. And we're getting events. Let's go ahead and actually just start up everything here. Run ye old database. You can run. That's fine. Meow. I forgot to open a terminal. Alright, so let's do that. And then we'll do that. So this should launch right meow. We fixed everything yesterday. And then let's launch our client as well. Thought I just saw something funky happen. Taskminder. Debug info. Okay, never mind. I thought I saw an error scroll past, but nope. All right, so when we go east, we're getting a couple different problemos. Let me open that. So we're getting both messages, and we're also getting, it's missing a move. So let's take a look at that real quick. All right. Let me put this over here so I can actually see stuff still. A little bit. Um, it'll be in handle server update. That's correct. Oh my gosh, my connection has been so bad lately. Double check here. Hopefully it'll clean up. Yeah, it's going crazy today. Very annoying. For me, I'm sure for you too. Anyway, hopefully at least like the audio is coming through. I should double check that. But anyway. So, look result, not look result, move notification. So there's an empty prefix. Okay, so actually what I'm going to want to do is take a quick look here. At the editor. That's going to make this easier to digest and understand, right? So we'll go to our gym because that's where we are. And our connections here from the west and to the east. Okay. That should be correct. That's our default, right? So, if we were to like default enter and exit, if we were to drag you here, let's say, then be from to, yeah, okay. Reset that. We don't want to change anything right now. This should say leave. And then we're getting the second message. So the second one's going to come in when we enter the room. Okay, yeah, that's what we were thinking of just yesterday. We either need a direction to know if I'm entering or exiting, or move notification. Our game event move notification as a source and a message. And so if it's us, okay, yeah. Okay. But at this point, we're going to be in. Okay, yeah, okay. That's fine. If. Because we shouldn't see. No, we should see that one. You leave to the east. It shouldn't show us the arrival. There's three cases here though too. Okay? One is that we're the one who made the move. The other case is that somebody else made the move. I guess maybe there's only two. How do I want to do this? the we don't have a direction. I'd like to avoid putting it on there if I can, just because that makes extra work that we have to parse and send. It would be better if we can determine what's going on. We have a current and we have a last. Okay, so if this doesn't have any other information in it, though. This prefix, write the prefix, write the event message. Yeah, it's just got to have. It's got to have a, are you leaving or are you entering? I don't see. I don't see a way around it. What we could do is put an event type on it, because we have character enter and character exit as event types. But then you could put other things in there. And I don't know that I love that idea. Just like from a standpoint of, it makes it harder to know what the correct thing to put in there is if there's more options that don't make sense, right? We have a move event, but that's going to be used. So because our event is much more generic, I'm okay with having this here, but I think I want execution type, tag type. I don't think I want that. Tag type. No, I don't think so. What we can do. Well, no, let's do this. We can have a it's a move notification. We can do a move direction. And then we could say, actually, this should be an int. We can say is iota lowercase +1, because otherwise it'll start at 0, but things default to 0. So that makes them like default to a thing, where in this case doesn't really make sense. So here it makes sense, it's a default, right? Enter and exit, we don't need that. We just do that. There's no commas in this. We do that. And then we need to take you out of here, which is fine. Enter and exit, you come out of there. we give you the same way we do up here. Give you a stringer. If it's a character enter, maybe we could do this. I don't know if this is going to bite me in the butt. So we do that. Like, it doesn't really matter. Let's not do that. Let's put you here. I don't really. It's not really a direction, though. That's a confusing name. What's a better name for entering or exiting? What's a good name? Hey, you should start a Golang course. I did one on REST API stuff. It's on my channel. We could do... Let's ask the internet. Name for entering or exiting. Hmm. This is not tremendously helpful. Doorway, passageway. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. Move direction, move. I guess we could just call it move type. It's an entry type or an exit type. I don't know if I love it, but I like it better than direction, because direction in context of movement is like cardinal direction. It's easy to confuse, right? So we don't want to do that. Entry? Well, yeah. So it's the name of the type for an entry or an exit. If we call it move direction, it's easy to get ourselves confused, thinking north, south, east, or west, because that's like a movement direction, right? So a better name for that is eluding me. Move type is better. It's less confusing. Naming things is always difficult. So now over here in our game map, when we do our notification stuff, no wait, World Manager does that? No. Leave tile, yeah, right here. Leave message. This is... Oh, I didn't rename you, did I? type. Don't mess with my string. Oop, no. Cancel. Exclude from the strings. Just do that. Type. This is going to be a an exit that we notify. And then this one is going to be the enter that we notify. Okay. So, when we get the notifications, because we're going to get 2 of them, because one just gets sent to everybody in the room. So we do need to know if it's us or not that we're looking at. Not that. The events type. If it's an exit type notification, then we append this. Otherwise, if... Actually, I think this is fine. How much did it take you to learn Golang? And as someone who's still learning, which project should I create and what should I be practicing? So you need to build things that are interesting to you, because that's what's going to give you the motivation when you hit hard stuff, because you're going to hit hard stuff, right? It's going to happen. You're going to hit stuff you have no idea what to do, and you got to figure it out. And if you don't really you're not really into what you're building, you're going to do something else that's easier. It's going to be hard to stick to it. So you got to figure out what is a thing that you would like, and you start small, right? So this project, the very first thing I did is I said, okay, I'm going to do WebSockets. I need a server that will accept a WebSocket connection and echo back hello world to me, right? That was the first step. And then from there, you just start building things out and figuring out kind of what you want to do and how you're going to do it. So pick a thing. It's better to start smaller. Just because the less complicated stuff will have fewer steps to getting you a result, right? So it kind of just depends on what you're interested in doing. But also, if you're not, if you don't want to write a 2E grocery store list, let's say that's something that somebody suggests to you. If that's not interesting to you, and you think that you want it to be something much cooler, then start on the cooler thing, just because if you settle for a thing you're not happy with, you're going to wind up in the same boat, I think. And if you lose interest in a project, then that's fine. You can put it on the shelf and come back to it later, as long as you replace it with something else, right? You're still going to learn stuff, even if you don't end up using or completing that project. So a lot of people get hung up on that, oh, I have a project graveyard in my GitHub. And I'm like, yeah, that's fine. Are you still doing stuff? Are you still learning stuff? I learn things I don't use the way I thought I would all the time. A while back, I was looking at self-hosting on a little mini PC in my place here, a couple things, and that project got shelved, but I wound up coming back to it a year later, because one of the things that I was going to self-host was a Git instance, but then it would only be accessible on my network, and at the time that would have been fine, but now I need to have it available for when I do put things on there that should be shared with the world. So I basically reused all of that knowledge and set it up in a little VPS instead, right? So even if you don't use the project the way you think you will, and the same thing happens to code all the time. Like, you mess around with a thing, and you don't end up using it, or that project goes away. You realize it's just not the thing you want to build, not the thing you want to work on. You still can reuse those ideas and the things you learned. I also want to learn Golang a little bit. Cool. Start building stuff. So you can also, if you, it also kind of depends on how new you are, right? So like, let me open. There's this. If you're completely adrift, there is stuff like this, and you can come here and say, oh, I want to learn Go, right? Okay, cool. And let me just grab this, and I'll chuck it up in chat here real quick. I'll throw it into both. So if you feel like, okay, I don't even know where to start, this can be a place to kind of get some ideas. And if you go and look at things like, okay, the comma okay idiom, I don't know what that is, right? This will come talk to you about it. So there's free resources on it. Comma okay is actually really cool, but you can click in here. You can kind of get some ideas about things to learn, right? Some of them, like this one, has premium resources, so that's to pay. This is for free, right? If you feel like you're the sort of person that would be learning well from things like well-defined puzzles, there's Exorcism. And I'll throw these links up here as well. So you can sign up for free. We can go in here. Go should have a learning mode, if I remember correctly. Yes, it still does. Cool. And this will walk you through, like, okay, here's how you do Booleans in Go, right? And it'll have, this doesn't show... Okay, it does. So they'll give you a little puzzle here that you code it up and you submit it and they automatically check it. They have tests that you can use to kind of TDD it a little bit as well, right? So this one, they'll give you a set of conditions that are true and false because it's teaching you Booleans, right? And you're supposed to just basically make if statements based on what the conditions are, right? So there's that. Don't get too bogged down in that kind of stuff, I would say, unless you like really, really enjoy it or something. But it can be a good way to sort of prime the pump. I know basic, want to know advanced and internal working. Start building stuff. And then when you get stuck, go fall into a research hole and understand why you're stuck and what to do about it and why the answer is the way it is. Like, don't copy paste it, like actually dig in and understand. Okay, so if it's an exit message and it's me, I actually need this as well. So I think I want to do that here. If it's an exit, oh, our prefix is just string here. Okay. Actually, this is going to be a problem still, because when we... It's not the issue, it's procrastination. Well, only you can help yourself with that. The best way I found is to set yourself a goal, something like, I'm going to work on this thing for an hour a day, right? And then you just don't break that goal. You make a promise to yourself that you're going to do that. And you don't break that promise, right? And if you're really feeling it and you work for 4 hours on that thing, cool. And if you're just like struggle bussing, you do your best for an hour and then you do something else that you want to do or whatever, right? So because we're doing this with the prefix and the message, we actually have to do this a little differently. We have the buffer. Why did I decide to do a prefix in that case? I don't know. Let's do this instead. Right string. This was you leave. Oh yeah, because we're gonna put the message. We can still do that. Okay, so that builds the entire thing. In this case, so if it's not us, that's the source of the thing. We're always going to write the string of whatever we get back for their name. Thanks for your time. Yeah, absolutely. And then wait. This is the okay, so we get the name, leaves, and then the message. We can move this out. If we do this, let's actually, in this case, switch on this instead of doing if statements, because here things are a little bit more special because we have a default case here, which is we don't really know, but what we can do is write the event type string there. That way it'll always have something. So we made our default over here invalid movement type. So it's going to be broken, but it won't be like a panic, or it won't be, it'll display as a thing that is indeed broken, right? And we might change that later to be something more generic and use the strings here. I'm not sure yet. For now, we're going to leave it like that. So then we build that up, and then we write the events message out, right? Okay, perfect. Then we write... Actually, in both of these cases, we do that. No, I lied. Because here we don't. That's why we moved everything up there. So we just do that. Whatever we write in this switch statement will come out, get squirted out into the client. Okay. Let's give that a try. I'm going to remember to exit this client really quick so he logs out. We can restart the server to get the new code in place. Wait. I have done an oops. Duplicate key 1 in map literal 72. Ah, because I forgot to take it out of there. Wait. Enter exit 72. Yeah, because you're no longer an event type, so you should come out of there. Let's try that again, shall we? There we go. And then we'll sign in. And if we move, then we only get... I don't want to say you leave. I want to say you move. Seems Discord invite link has expired. That should not be. Hang on. Let's take a look. If I open... Copy the link. Pasta. Oop, nope. That did not work. There we go. Huh. You're right. Interesting. Let's fix that really quick. See what's going on here. Inside the Discord, but I can't share it to people like I don't have access to invite people. Should. Did you accept all of the things? It's possible they've saved something or changed something, though. Server settings, invites. Invites. No active invite. Wow. Okay. Thanks, Discord. Cool. I need to... No, it worked. Okay, good. Good. Edit invite link. Never expire. No maximum uses. Generate a new. Actually, hang on. That's the wrong channel. Maybe that's my problem. You're supposed to land in here. Yeah, that's super weird. Okay, that's fine. We'll fix it. Never expire. No limit. Generate a new link. I can't copy them now? Serious Discord. Okay. Do this again. Generate. Copy. See if that one will get you done. And I will have to fix this really quick. One moment. I need to fix you here. Dashboard. Get Nightbot to send the correct one. Commands. Edit. Paste that. It's working excellent. Good. That's that. I need to then also put it into YouTube. Yeah, you've already got it. I know. Discord. Okay. Nightbot should have it now. And we're also going to then have to go fix it over here. I believe this one. Yep, here we go. You fixed. And this one needs to go here. Not there. My channel. It's there, but where? I'm gonna fix this after. I forget where they put that. Let me make myself a note. Scoot you. Update Discord link on YT. Okay, there we go. Ah, my camera is not misbehaving, so that's cool. I confused it by looking sideways. Everything's broken today. It's just one of those days. There we go. Okay. All right, I'm still getting my U leaves though. This. So if it's us and it's an enter, or sorry, an exit, let's do you move and then do whatever there. The source is me. Get my everything to where I can see it. Okay, so if the source is me, my ID, then I say you move. I used to say you leave, and then why would this be triggering? Because this should only fire if it's not, the source is not me. Happened there. What am I overlooking here? I do want to be careful here. But it can't be nil, I don't think. We need to check. To make sure that the length is greater than 0 before we send it. But I'm getting. Let me make sure. We'll relaunch that. Missing return. Oh. We don't have. I forgot about that. We don't have the ability here, or do we, to handle an empty message. So we'll have to be careful about that. We need to look at what happens if you happen to return us. We send the notification message. Or we error. But if we send an empty message, yeah, we don't want to do that. Protocol message. So we would have to... It returns something here. We don't even want to put it on the wire if it's something that just gets dropped. I don't want to fix that. We could make this a pointer to a message. Then we can return a nil pointer, but then we have to nil check it. Or we could think about doing something else here. We could give it a... I don't want to add a thing to the protocol for this. This shouldn't... Protocol should be more concerned with things that go on the wire. We could add a parameter here indicating whether it was dropped or not. I think the pointer is the cleanest way, though. Type pointer to so why can't I do address of? Can I take the address? Okay, so that won't be as clean as I thought. I guess we can just send an empty and then handle an empty. That's not the worst thought. What if we did that? What if we just did that here and then up here. How do we determine we did iota +1 here. But we'd still have to add. Because it's going to default to 0 anyway. This change won't change anything in the consuming API, basically. It'll act kind of as our default. And then up here, we can say if this is an empty message, we just return. So for whatever reason, in our state, the handle server update gets it. So we get an update from the server. We do what we need to do. If for some reason we don't need to notify the client, whoever that be, we give it an empty message, it can drop it. That's it. It's done. I like that, I think. Okay. Let me relaunch the server here. We're done with the editor for a second. If I move to the east, I only get one. Why am I not getting... further messages? Huh? Did I just break something here? Listen and forward. Ah, I did. Because this is a Go func, I returned from this Go routine. Whoops. That kills the listener. Okay. Oh, silly me. That's our escape for the channel going away. So basically, in this case, we needed to flip that on its head. Except... yeah, okay, so we'll send other things, thinking about the case where it gets a 9 in here or something, right? That's going to resolve to an invalid message category. But it won't be dropped. It'll be sent. I'm trying to think if that's going to shoot me in the foot. Oh, okay. It might. I'm just going to continue here instead. That'll avoid the question as to whether or not that'll... it's still going to happen. It'll only continue if it's an empty message. But it's easier to spot that, I think, now. Other things will get sent. Hopefully that's not going to bite me by sending things it gets confused about quietly. Let's restart the server. Okay, so I go east, I go east. Why does it then not? Why doesn't it work on the second? It's because this is... I think I've messed up my event label here. If I go back west... Yeah, okay. So this is an error in the... whatchamacallit? The string on the connection. The message itself is broken here. All right. So what we're going to do, we're going to exit that real quick. We're going to stop the server. We're going to double check that this makes sense. Client handler, playing game state, game events, protocol, game map. Game events, playing game state, client protocol. Yes. Fix enter messages being broadcast to the current player. Or to the character that entered. Push that up. So we got a couple things to square away here. Let's fix the room strings here first. Learning things about how we wish to interact with the editor and the map. So we have this connection here. That needs to be something like that. This is when we go east, the exit message. These are flipped. These actually should be the same. Because that'll, so this is the exit message displayed to these people when you leave. This is displayed to these people if you're here. And then this one this should be enter message. We don't have enters, but so if we're pretending there's like a one-way door here that you can get back out of. So if we apply that, we save the changes, we reload the server, we go back in here, we go east through the heavy stone door, we go west through the small one-way door. That's correct now. We are going to want another client for our other test character here. Like so. First of all, let's go... We're at the spawn now. We need to get look working for when you enter a room. Like the quick look. We need to build the quick look. If I type the correct words... Oh, did I not create you yet? Hang on. I might... What were you called? That's what you're called? That's what your name is? Let me double check here. Cannot access credential storage? What? Why wouldn't you be able to? Why are you broken? That's fine. Test user and what? I think it's that. No, it's not. Okay. I need to go look at my config. The server. Ah, that's what it is. It is test user, but... There we go. Now we're in. Okay. In here, in my characters, do I have a bar? I do have a bar. Why am I not able? Maybe I just can't type. Let's try this again. Cancel that. Bar. Password. Okay, I just can't type, apparently. Okay, so we saw him. Invalid movement. Okay, so we need to fix that. We want to do... We got our invalid movement type because he didn't have a movement type. Actually, you know what I think? I think I'm going to leave it blank for invalid. If it's not set, we'll default to the message given. We'll see if that comes back to haunt me or not. But anyway, so we have our spawn message that came in correctly. If bar moves to the east, we didn't get... Why didn't we get that? You moved to the east. Why didn't we see him leave? If the source ID is me, we do that. Otherwise, we get their name. Should in one of those. Event message should have been in there either. Golang number 1? I agree. Hey Terrace, how's it going? What did I overlook here? Did I overlook it here? Notify occupants. I've done it twice here. There we go. All right, we need to get you signed out. and you. We need to restart the server. Mr. Foo can log in. Mr. Bar can log in. We see him spawn. I want to make sure we add a space here in the future. For now, it's fine. Wrong. You and you. Okay, but if I leave to the east now, we see him leave. Foo follows, then we see him appear from the west. Yes, cool. Through the heavy stone door, through the heavy stone door, through the heavy stone door, through the heavy stone door. Now if I leave through the small one-way door, let's put him back over here. Actually, no. No, exit to the east. What? Oh, wait, did I just confuse myself? I need to get room look in there because I'm going to keep confusing myself until I do. But it is displaying the messages correctly. Let's go ahead and log them out really quick. I'm going to close that. I'm good with that for now. This should be let's break this up really quick. We'll do a commit here, fix the test entry and exit descriptions. We gotta fix those up in general. It's a bad UX right now. But then yeah. Add a space after the other name. Send the leave notice to the correct tiles occupants. That can get pushed up. We're happy with that for meow. Let's get the room look going because that'll help us in our continued testing. I guess you all can be minimized. That's fine. We want to... So when we do this... Our look... We want to trigger a look event for them. I think the character should do that, though. And it's going to be... That way we don't have to change this machinery at all. And we don't muddy things there. In our client handler, though... And I guess we could also make this an optional thing. So if we put it here, we get that flexibility in the future. When we get a... let's listen forward. I need... Oh, no. Yeah. Yeah. Right? Send response, send message. Listen and forward. Session. Oh, no. It's in state. That's why. Handle client update. When we do a move event... We also want to fire a look event, which takes a tag list. But new event. Target is an interface. What would be nicest to consume? I think we could do... What if I just took... the variadic argument, variadic function, and we made this dot 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 string. That's the correct syntax. And then we pass that along. And then in this case, we need to... Can I not do that? I can do that. I can do the spread operator on that to just squirt it in. That way, if you don't provide anything, this is nicer to consume. And we should have tags working, I think. Game map. When we're handling an look... yeah, we have tags there, but I don't know that we have the tags. That would be in Character Manager. I don't know if we're still appending the tags of the character's name to them when we unmarshal them. We do, okay. Well, maybe. Maybe. Maybe we want them to sing. Let's run the server again. We would have to then check for names, so we could do names first. Or we can just kind of do it all along the way. We'll probably leave it for now, but let's take a look at the things we have added here. We see him spawn. We see him go. He gets his look event. And if we go crazy with it, like we get... we're not correctly giving back a message that says I can't move. There's no exit yet. We need to fix that. And that's actually a interesting point for the quick look, because it's firing there, right? Anywho. Like, we're not getting there's no exit to the north, but we're also getting spam of the room. Yeah. What else was I going to do? I was going to look for... Okay, so we can see that I don't get a response from looking. I see the log come in, but I'm not getting an answer back. Okay, so we need to take a look at that. Let's go ahead and tackle the movement stuff first. Tag list goes through. I see it happen here. I'm getting distracted. I was going to do the movement first. Up here, we return the error, but it's not going to be here. Move. Turn the error there. It's because we return here instead of this. That. And then we don't use that anymore. We might be able to clean this up a little bit, actually. Just let this older code do the job. So we have our current tile. We know the direction we're trying to go. Yeah, okay. I was trying to be careful and making sure that it was a valid move, forgetting that I was letting transit table do that heavy lifting for me. So this should actually just take care of that for us. Still. So if I restart the server and then come into here, try to go north, there's no exit to the north. That doesn't fix this part, but that restores that message. Okay, perfect. I'm going to remember to exit like so. Okay. We're going to take that out. Let's see here. Oops. What all did I change? I made that note. And I did that. Let me just do... the world manager will add and do a commit for him. Remove the extra check for destination point in map bounds. Let the transit validation code do that job for us. Other changes we'll hold back for just a second here. Actually, we can do playing game state character. Yeah. Wait, character. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Send a room look on move on character move event. Room look after move. Nice work. Appreciate you. Thank you. So we'll do that. And then we have to maybe rethink the playing game state over here. We could track... let's see here in our move event. We could track if we had moved here. We won't know that. We don't know the result. We fire it off. I guess it doesn't really get us anything. So if we take that back out, then it'll just try to move. This will know about the state of that move as to whether or not it was successful. We don't hear, which is why we're getting the duplicate spam, right? If we do here on a successful enter, we have the pointer. We know it was a success. We know we didn't send back error messages. We sent the room a notification that you'd entered. We can do a look here. And if we have like an option struct later, or an option idea that gets attached to the character, then we can still access it here because we have a pointer to them. So if we put it there, I think we're in the clear. Let's run the server again. And if we try to go north, there is no exit to the north. If we look, we can see our space. If I try to go west, there's no exit to the west, but I don't get rebroadcast. If I go east, I move to the east, I get a quick look response. Yeah. Much happier with that. Okay. We need to distinguish the quick look from a full look. Different. But move the look over to the game map. It knows if we were as successful or not, and therefore whether or not it is appropriate to send a look result. Okay. Now, quick looking being different. Because right now this is all kind of quick look, but we'll want the big look. So I have to think about that a little bit. And then we also need to fix the look that's clearly not working correctly for characters, for tags. Yeah. Tell you what, I'm going to use the restroom real quick and open some windows because it's getting a little stuffy in here. I'll be back in just a minute and we'll think about what we want to do about that. There we go. Much better. Get a little airflow going. Let me fix my webcam, because that's broken. Decided to be particularly a pain in the butt today. There we go. Okay. So, what do we want to do here? We, first of all, I guess, should figure out... Make sure everybody is signed out. They are. Stop the server. So character look is what holds the idea of sending the look event. And in-game events, we have just a look event. But we also have character look, but that's not really being used. What do I think about Rust? I started learning a little bit of it a long time ago, and then there weren't any jobs that were using it at all at that time, except for like crypto stuff, and I wasn't interested in that. So I ended up writing more Go because more people were interested in hiring Go developers. I have worked with a C code base, so I was really... right before I started learning Rust. So I was really super familiar with all the things they were trying to solve, and it seemed like a good idea. But I didn't pursue it far enough to really run into any of the sharp edges of the language, and it was a long time ago. So my current opinion of it is that Cosmic, the desktop environment for Pop! OS, is written in it, and Cosmic is a reasonably good experience. And there's other utilities that have been written in Rust and are running in the Linux kernel and other things, and they're doing well as far as I can tell. And it's something that I would like to look at in the future. Would you recommend me learning Rust as a teen? Sure. Learn whatever you want to. Like, learn whatever you're interested in. There's no harm in exploring languages. Quite the opposite, really. It's a good thing to explore the options in different languages and learn new things. Like, at the end of the day, languages aren't important. Knowing how to program is important, right? So there are differences in how you're supposed to hold a language, right? So when I'm writing Dart, it's object oriented. So you write classes and they get things, right? In Go, there are no classes. You hang methods off of structs, and it's a different kind of approach. So there's some element of that, but like in general, knowing that I want to use a for loop to go through this list is more important because you can always go look up the syntax for a different language later. And like, Rust has its uniqueness with the borrow checker and all that. So you'll have to kind of, muddle your way through that. And that's not really as applicable anywhere else. But like, it'll still kind of make you think differently about how you write code. In general. And there's that's very valuable. Okay, so we're going to get rid of a character look. We don't have that as a thing anymore. We just have a look event. And I think I'm going to want to say like a quick look event as well. let's do that. Should I learn JavaScript or Go for my first web backend language? Well, JavaScript isn't a backend language, no matter how much the Node people want to make it one. But it depends. What do you want to do? Like if you have, you know, if there's something in specific that you want to use in your backend that is in the Node ecosystem, then you're going to use JavaScript for it, right? If you just want to know to do backend stuff in general, like there's a lot of people hiring for TypeScript backend. I think it's an insane idea as a backend developer, but there's a reason for you to do it, right? If you just want to learn more stuff, then go where your heart takes you, essentially. There's only two things that matter: whether or not you can get a job writing that language, and whether or not you like that language, right? You can do stuff in all the languages. I've been learning Rust for the past 2 months. Now I can make basic web backends with Actix Web. Cool, yeah. You can just do stuff. Like some languages are going to are going to more what's the word, lend themselves to different tasks more than others, but like that's not really going to stop you too much, you know. I wrote my first the first iteration of the client and the editor was written in Go using a Go cross-platform front-end library. The maturity of the library is the reason I replaced it all with Flutter. It wasn't because it wasn't working. It was because I was running into bugs and I was wasting time figuring out, did I do something wrong? Is this a new bug or is this an old bug that's already been filed? And I was just like, okay, I need to stop chasing my tail on this. I'll just go learn Flutter. Do you have any good project ideas? I mean, to learn the language. Well, not really, because it depends on what you want to do, right? You have to figure out what kind of thing is interesting to you. For me, writing a MUD server, engine, client, all that, in Go and Flutter is super interesting, so here I am doing that because that was my idea for a project, right? I don't think I would say that's a good idea for a beginner project, but like the thing that interests you is going to keep you coming back to it easier than a thing that somebody says, well, you should write a to-do list, right? What was I doing? Oh, yeah. Look and quick look. Okay, so we would need to... This is look. We would need to figure out... what does a quick look like? Can we quick look a character? I think we can. I think it makes sense that it could be. I think this looks a lot like this. And if we're going to do that... No, let's keep them separate. It's going to look copy-pasted because it kind of is, but... that's probably okay. Yeah, that's the other thing I was going to do. Let me put a to-do in someplace a little bit more findable. Here you are. Too many tabs open. I'll just chuck it in here, I guess. It's fine. It's for the surfer. It's for the character. Switch from using broadcast for the events, look, move, etc. to using the game manager. Channel, topic, we'll call it topic. Just a little do. That's my take on error and exception handling in Go. I love it. Errors as values is an amazing thing, and I wish more things did it. Okay, so it's a quick look event. We broadcast for now. We'll fix that later. We have the quick look event, but nobody knows yet how to handle a quick look. Now, World Manager handles a quick look. The only difference between a quick look and a look, though, at this stage, we're going to do all the same work. So we're going to go to the map where they are. We're going to do the look. We're going to double check and make sure that in my handle event, we do that. Okay, that's all wired together now. And then in here, we still have a look event. Ooh, except for we don't have... Oh, yeah, we do. It's a quick look event. That's fine. What's the code editor using right now? Goland by JetBrains. So we do this. This exit, we append that. So here's where we need to start making distinctions. Because this is more of a quick look response here. 2026 and we're talking about MUDs again. Have we come full circle? I don't know, have we? Invalid location. That's all still good for either look. Target tile. Fine. Target tags. So. Look data. Here. Room exit. This. Right here. Because we're trying to use the same event notification back. We actually hand back hand back both. Which doesn't make a ton of sense to me. Why don't we just hand back one? And then, so in here, we can do getting my syntax mixed up with Dart. I've been writing so much of it. Actually, we don't even need to do that. We can just do this. No, I do need, okay. So we set up, I thought I could define the type. I must be mistaken. That's how I do it. So here, our event, look event type is, if it's a quick look, this description is equal to this table description. Or do I want to do a switch, because we could have other things coming here. That's not correct, though. I need to do that. Non-interface type, game events, oh, yeah. Duh. It's not an interface. It is a concrete type. So if it's a look event or a quick look event, we pull you up in here. Did you not copy? There we go. And then if it's a look event, we give them the this table description transit a room event. Have you used Z-editor? No. Transit table, target tile, ID. So my transit table at the ID gives me a transit. This should be this transit. I've only got a description. I thought I had... Oh, you know what it is. Okay. I'm confusing myself. That can stay the same. What I did is I just didn't print out the message for a look event to get us going here. I think. Build the look, event long description. This is going to just be description. Exit text. Yeah. I didn't do I didn't ever print out the description because we were kind of conflating both of the looks into one big ball of mud at the start just to get things going. So this can actually say the same. We'll still rename it because that's a better name, but that actually makes my life easier. I guess we could say if we really wanted to, that we only append the descriptions in cases of doing a full look. If it's a look event, then we go ahead and put you in there like so. And then we append you. And it'll be an empty string, if not, just fine. The other thing is we're going to need to pass back when we say, I'm giving you a room data to look at. You need to type here as well. But then I would need to... Yeah, I can just say, like source type. That way you can say whatever caused this to be generated, it was this type. It was a look event. It was a move event, whatever. And then you can care or not. So then this, the type of the look result. Wait, did I just... Oh, we do have a look result. Do I want to use that instead? Because we put a room data into you. Yeah, I think I want it to live in here. Room data source type is the look event type. Like so. We leave these out really quick. And then we say, after we create you, we can do the switch here on look event type. Case look event, we do, this is going to be the verbose one, but it'll be result data description. Oh, this is going to be problematic. Unless we do... Just throw that down there. Unless we do this. I probably won't even need to have you here. Oops. So we have our result data. Why are you mad about that? Do I already have... No. Is there a Git repo to check this out? I was just recommended this by YouTube. I was curious about making a button go. Nope, there is not, because it's not public just yet. There is an existing engine by another person called GoMud. That is public, and you can check that out if you like. It's because that. Okay. So we can put this after. Like so. Result data goes there. That still goes there. We need to set this, the description, equal to verbose on a look event. On a quick look event, we set it to the short description, which is the target title, description, like so. Do I want an error here, or do I want to do something else? I could just let you default to an empty. Let's go with that for now. Or... it's probably an error. Invalid look event type. Like so. I think we'll go with that. So we have our type. We figure out what the description is, we put in it. We go ahead and build that back up, send it, notify it, done. Okay. And then because these guys both get it, get handed into here, that all should work. We need to account for it now in our playing game state when we get our message back from the server. This also needs... build, yeah, we need to account for there. Handle server update. So when we get a look result, we figure out, is it us? And then we get our... Wait, this is for character. Room data. If it's us, we build the room look message. We hand it room look, which is the data. Okay, good. So we can handle that. And then this actually calls the exit function, exit building function. So we're still good there. So we get our event. And we print the description. So whatever we got, we're good there. So that automatically just works, basically. We're happy with that. This occupant text, that's fine. Also for both. We don't change anything about that just yet. This exit text, How do I want to handle this guy? So we just spit out the list in the case of a quick look. So I guess we could say you would need to know what? Field exit test. If we do that, though, then we have to then switch on it, basically, to prevent issues with an invalid. We're going to have to do that anyway, I think. Or we can just default. We could also just do... this same signature, basically, and it's going to be almost the same structure, but we can call either one depending on what we're doing, and the outputs are going to be different. There are exits leading. We don't even do this. We leave that out. And instead in here, we don't actually need this either. We just go through them, and we're going to write a string here. You see an exit leading to the well, I don't even know how to do that. Let me launch my or find my editor again really quick here. Here we go. We could do, instead of this, we say to the, and then we say direction string. So to the east. And then the description. Then I won't care about the index. We do need a new line in there. I think I can write a rune. I don't know that it matters. We can do that. How do we like that? Let's give that a quick test. Oh wait, we're not using it yet. We do need to consume it. Okay. Build room message. Here we say if event source type is game events look event. Build. Oh wait, hang on. Oh yeah, exit text verbose. Yeah. And then the exits. Otherwise, we just call this fella here. Okay. We're also going to need to wire this into the commands and the parser, but that's okay. Start that, and then we can launch not the editor, but a client, which I still have here. We can log him in. So if we move east, we get a quick look. No, we did not. We got a full-blown look. Oh, it's because I didn't change in the map. See, this is why I didn't want to put you in here, but I don't really have a better answer. After remove character quick look. Which is really just us firing a look event into the system, but we don't know the state of our event. We fire and forget over here, so we kind of have to do it over there. All right. Let's try that again really quick here. So if we move, we get our quick look. If we do a look, we get the full description. There's still nobody else here. And then we get our exits that are more verbose. I don't think I love that output, though. I think I would rather have it say... You see the following exits. Could do that. And then this guy... I'll make sure to lowercase ya. Actually, maybe I leave it uppercase because a single letter is a valid way to move, I believe, still. Unless I've broken that. Pull back up. So, yeah, I can do east or I can do E. So... like, it's not stylized yet in any way, shape, or form, but... I forgot a new line there, but that's alright. See the following exits. Let's do Refactoring like so. And I could do I think it's lowercase. There we go. There we go. Here we go. I could do like a tab to kind of indent them a little bit. Just a minor little thing. It doesn't really work. It doesn't output it correctly in the client. That's all right for now. I need to come up with a better answer for this because these actually aren't. Oh, they are selectable. I thought they weren't before. I might be getting confused. Double check my recollection here. It is lowercase t. Okay. Thought so, but... So that's a client issue to not display a tab correctly, but for now it's fine. We'll leave it there. We might just take it out. I'm not 100% sure how I want to handle the, like, making the text display better yet. So we're going to go with this for now. Let's commit this. Let me make sure to exit you before I stop the server. I'm going to stop that. Yes, that makes sense, I believe. Yeah. Differentiate between a look and quick look. Now let's wire you into the parser so that we can fire off the correct thing. Those helpers can stay as they are. Look is still good. Because it is wired to look. Unmarshal. Message. Parsed. Oh, here we go. When it's a text, we parse the input. Okay. And then we have our tokens. I would need... So when we go through here... Parse the move command, parse the look command. And then if result isn't nil, otherwise it should... Token direction. For example... But I gotta remember. Do I want to add a token type? It should still be... Unless... So I'm trying to think ahead. If I want anything else to have a quick prefix. And I think the chances are probably going to be pretty high. So... that means I don't want... to completely consume... So I guess I would just need to... Look can have... We can do like a QL as an alias. That's easy. That just becomes an alias for look. It's... this. I guess we just do quick is quick. It's a token. And then in our parser here, what we do is we can say case token quick if next token is look. Right? Void and string. Oh, right. It's not next token, it's peak. Peak token is. There we go. So if p.peak token is a look. Parse look command. We need to make sure that you handle this correctly. We do that. And I guess... Oops. Parsed event. Can do that. And I don't have a way to... Like, these are just convenience, though. I should be able to say in here. Token ident, commander target name. I think we're going to go with this for now until we know if we need more. Yeah. We're going to go with that for now. Parse look command, though. We need to say... Where did we have an example? I think it was... Advance the token past the look token. Log out or exit look quick. I guess we can say... Current token is... Look. We just continue. Nope. No, never mind. We default. Yeah, okay. So we advance it. It'll be either past the... We could also just do it in the up here. I don't think I want to, though. I don't think that's the... I don't think that's the correct answer. It's not the end, it's not me, and it's not at. But this also requires an at. So we got to be careful. Okay, so we skip... Yeah, okay. We skip at. If it's not at, then we append that. If it is at, then we're going to end up skipping it. So we want to do this. Count for the quick look token as well. Skip it if we see it. So we basically elide, or omit, at and look. Okay. That should wire that in, I think. Go back to our client. Oops. You, come over here. Alright, so we could do quick look. Invalid command. QL works though, as a look. It's because I forgot to... What did I forget? Forgot something. Quick. If the next one is look... Invalid command. Invalid command. Parse input. It should be still result, which is my parsed event. That should come out of here. Did I see unhandled client action? Character say. That's not true. QL, quick look. Oh, I forgot this. Forgot to connect those up. Let's try that again, shall we? They have the same placeholder icon, so I will get which one is which. Go. Here we go. So QL works and quick look also works. There we go. And if I move, I get the wrong output because I didn't do the switching in here because they all look like a look. So parse look command is going to return a parsed event. So in our parse look command, this. We could give you an argument, or we could say if the current token is a quick look event, otherwise, and then we could also here say that we advance the token type. And we can put this back and not handle it this way. It's a look event if it's not a quick look. Down here, after we put all the tags together, it's look type. I want to also say here, we break here. Because if you say look me and then other stuff, throw out any extra. Well, we haven't decided if we want to support looking at multiple things yet. I don't think we do. I don't think that makes sense. Yeah. Throw out any... Throw out any remaining strings if there are any. Turn a self look. Okay. That should get us going, I think. We run that. If I look, it's a big one. If I QL, it's still a big one. Why is it still a big one? Because I didn't here. It's still a look event. It's not. It's a quick look event. Parsed event. Oh, yeah. Because QL is aliased to look. Okay, that's incorrect. You're quick. But that's going to break. That's going to break this. Switching up here. So I'm still connected and the server's still running. Quick look should work. Doesn't. Oh, invalid command because it returns. We basically do the same work except it's a quick look call instead of the look call. Let's restart that server. There we go. That gets me my quick, but QL I gotta fix. QL is an invalid command now because I did the thing. So if you're a quick, that's a problem. how we're going to alias that correctly. Current token, if it's quick, if our peak token is look, but it's not in the case of a QL. New input in our Lexer. Read the rune. Get our input. We fill out our runes. Have our input. That is redundant. True. We can remove you. That's fine. When we go to parse you, p.next token. Current token is peak token is Lexer next token. Lexer next token skips white space and puts in I mean, I could alias, like, I could make a type of QL for quick look and just make it that. But I don't know that I love that. So we skip white space. Output token type is EOF. If it's empty, rune. Turn the output token. If it's printable and not a space, and we do that, we turn the output token. Lookup ident with the literal. Lookup ident just takes my ident, pulls out, commands the string token type. Okay. We can still alias this to look, I think. We can still have a quick for when we type quick look. When we do the QL, it comes in as a look event. Cool, no problems, right? It's going to get parsed here. If our current token is quick, which it won't be, that's the problem. Just thinking I could make an intelligent switch here, but because we've converted you to a look token, I just might have to do that. QL is an alias now for quick look. That's fine. In our parser, if it's a quick and then then we're good. I can't really combine them. I just need to handle a quick look token. And we do the same thing, actually, that we did with a look. Quick look, not quick. And then our look command. If it's a token quick, then I do that. So I'm going to need to switch on the current token, basically, to make this more friendly. If it's a quick, we do these things still. We set it to a quick look, and we advance it to the next token. That'll post on the quick, or on the look token. This will advance us one more automatically. That's fine. Why can't I switch on that? Token.token of parser type. Token.quick. Type. There we go. Because it has, a token has a type and a literal. Oh. Oh. Hang on. So if we leave that, you're still an alias for look. That's fine. Let's undo these changes really quick. Because it'll be easier to read if we don't have that other stuff. Okay. If it's a look, we parse the look command. If the current token is a token quick, then we're good. Otherwise, if the literal but I want to be careful here. Literal gets put in there by the lexer? Yes. Output token type, output token literal is the string of the rune. But that's not read the rune. Train output token. Turn the output token, read rune. Peak position is less than the length of the input. R. I thought it was rune. It is rune. The rune is 0. It's greater than or equal to. Otherwise, it is the input at the peak position. Read position goes to peak position goes to forward 1. The token literal is string LR though. That's going to be just a rune. Skip the white space if there's any. If this is 0, then it's an EOF. We're done. It's an empty string. If it's printable, and it's not a space, read identifier is my literal. Start index is the read position. Printable in space, not space, then we read the rune. Okay. That's fine. So it does spit out the whole thing. This, however, is not correct. That should be literal. Oh, we did. Okay, never mind. Sorry. But. This becomes kind of fragile. Just like my internet connection today. Because then we're just tied to a magic string. I would rather not do that. Because we can do that. And in either of these cases, we would advance the token. That's still fine. I hate that. So in here we could do an alias to quick look. But then up above here, that becomes a problem. Because or sorry, to not to quick look, but to quick. Because then up here we need to know what this is, and it won't be look. We could do something like I don't really want to default to a quick look if you quick. Because that just seems like a silly idea, right? Okay, so magic strings and jank, or just doing this. I'm gonna do this. This is less crap, I think. I reserve the right to hate myself in the future for this decision, but this is still valid. Let me just do case token quick look. That's actually fine here. So we just parse the look command. And then in here we say, okay, cool. If my current token is a quick look event, I advance. Otherwise, yeah, here I need to switch this to a switch. That's just what's gotta happen. Switch on the type. If it's a quick look event, we do this. That's fine. Oh, not that. Hang on. So if you are quick, it's a quick look event, advance once past the quick token, the advance below will go past the look token. Okay. Case of quick look, it's still a quick look event. Do not advance the next token call below. Handle that. Case it is, or just default. This is a look event. Okay. Advance. Next token call below will handle that. And I might move that later. I don't know. For now, I think that's what I want to do. I think that's the least painful way to get what I want to happen. Let's go ahead and restart the server. Grab a client. Oop. So look is the big guy. Quick look is the little guy. QL is the little guy as well. All right, perfect. Let's go to the east just because we can. And we get the quick look. So that's fine. Let's also get our friend Mr. Barman over here. And if he does a look, he gets the big one. QL gives me that. Okay. That's fine and dandy. I'm not seeing the looking around that I thought I put in. So that's a thing we'll have to take a look at too. let's go ahead and stop the server, exit those guys, and commit what we have so far. And I need to change this up. We're just gonna put you like so for now. Okay. Thank you, camera, for deciding to just not do your job. Hopefully, that hasn't been like that for a million years. There we go. Okay. We're gonna commit this. That's what I was trying to do before I got distracted. So we got playing game state command parser lexer and token. Yes. Add the concept of a quick look being different. A full look to the parser. And playing game state. That's fine. I'm okay with that. My beverage is empty. I need to fix that in a second. But let me go. We're done in there for now. I hope. It's good to run through the parser again and get a refresher on him. Some of that may change. I was just started thinking about like the help command and stuff like that we need to eventually have. Needs to be able to pull out information on the commands, so that's a thing we'll have to tackle in the future too. And that might make that easier. It's fine for now. We're gonna move on. I need to throw myself a note. Probably in here will be fine to do. Check the notification to observers for look actions. It's not currently firing a message to the tile occupants. Okay, so we got that. And that might just be part of look being broken right now. Check the look event for tags. Not currently working. Okay. So, as my internet continues to be a pain in my butt, I'm going to take a quick break here and grab a beverage, and I'll be right back. There we go. All right. Check this here. Sure, why not? Okay. So, the check there. Yeah, we're still okay. All is as well as it's gonna be for meow. Okay. The looking. Let's check that first and foremost here. Because so we notified you of the look result. And I want to make sure that I'm correct. And that it wasn't part of something else we fixed already. So if we get Fu Man in here, that's not what I meant. I meant to type look bar. There's no bar here, but I don't get. Let's see here. Severity debug handler, world manager handling type look event execution type 2. Source is that. Target is bar. So that's getting out to. This is where I want to get the stuff into the module itself into the log messages. It's not clear where it's coming from right now. We do need to make time for that sooner or later. Ideally sooner. Because I believe it's actually coming from the game manager. It's ready to debug message handler world manager. I guess it could be up here. Handle event, a look event. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's coming from game manager. Handling room look data. Oh, maybe. No. That's not there. It's gotta be in the game manager. Yeah. Handle event gets called on it. This is where it's coming from. So, it is getting to world manager. We know that much. It is a look event. So it has to be coming in here. And it's got to be coming from, or failing to come out. And I think we log errors. We return them for sure. If error, then we should see an error if it was erroring. It's not erroring. Did I forget to handle server update look result? We hand you in. No, we switch on you. Event data type. If it's a character, if it's a room data. Okay. So it could be, and we don't get an unhandled update type. Buffer gets written, and we break here. Should go into there. Game update should be fine. I don't get anything out of here, though. I don't see errors coming from... See the GDK warning. That's just been there. We need to look at it eventually, but I don't think it's an issue for us. Because buff gets initialized up here, when we break out of this, we should fall through to here. It should get sent to us. Whatever the response was. Actually, that's not true. Because in here, if we figure out it's a character, we send that back. Otherwise, we go into tag matching land. Right. Where are you? Result data. This is just for the room. Okay. That all work fine if there's no tags. And we don't get that response back, so we know we're not there. Target ID. So we try to figure out if we can pull an ID out of it. We do. And we set our best match is the character. We figure out what our best match is. Right now we only do characters. Then we come down here. It's not nil. Data is our best match. Otherwise, you say there is no whatever you just looked for here. Send you back. And then we notify the occupants of the result. So it should go back to everybody in target tile, which should be look location, which is my current location. I don't see invalid look type come up, nor should I. It would make sense. Okay, so we just need to debug. We have looked with our eyeballs, and it is now time to look with our debugger. We're going to go. Actually, hang on. Nope, no, yeah, should be fine. I'm going to go there and debug. I forgot to exit. That's okay. I'll close this one. Relaunch it. There we go. Get you back running. Get logged in. Okay. Perfect. So, we have our look event. Target is a list of strings. We have one, it's food. That's what I did a look on. So, we get target tags out of there. That's working. We're in a valid location. We have a target tile. We'll skip that. It's not 0. We go in here. Our length is 1. We parse it. Error is not nil. Oh, it is going to be nil. Okay, that's fine. Oh, why didn't you log? Okay, interesting. Anywho, we're going to go here. We're going to go through there. Tag matches should be 1. It's not. Our tag is... Oh, we're already out of that loop. Okay, that's fine. So we return this correctly. Character, room data, look result. Here we are. Fire that off. Okay, so we get our look result. It should tell us that there's no foo here. That's correct. The source is me. Data is a string, though. Event data is a string. Okay, we didn't account for that. That's part of our problem. That's cool. Let's do a default. Well, no, I can't do that because it needs to be type asserted. So we might as well just chuck in that. Yeah. Like so. Like so. Our default here. So return the empty and an error. Unhandled look data type will be the thing that we got. Okay. Let me exit this. You play there. So we run. The server can stop now. And we can restart you. The first, I'm going to do this again and just hit play, just to go through. Stay. There we go. There's no foo here. Okay, so that's working correctly now. I probably want to, in my message here, we're going to do that. And then we're going to do that. Actually, can I write a rune? I can write a rune. We'll do that. It'll be easier. But there is no write-a-rune. Put that there. We'll put quotes around it. But tag isn't going to be the most correcty sort of way. I actually want to do this. And then here, we're going to write a single space between. That way, if we have multiple tags, it should output correctly. Let's test that theory. Get it back up. There we go. I totally fat fingered that the first time. I'm just going to hit play here real quick. Make sure we get... There is no foobar here. Okay, perfect. Now, I bet you, I wonder, if I was to do this, would it resolve to me? It would. We're not doing case sensitive searching right now for the tags. But it should be. In the short term, it should be. What was I going to say? So many things. So many things. In the short term, the character manager should probably be putting and we don't have you open. When it creates you, it should be putting lowercase stuff in there, but also can I do a case insensitive match? Just by chance. In a convenient way. Look. Occupant tag. That's where our case sensitive in this is coming from. But if I was to come over her, Golang case insensitive string match. I don't want to do a package for it. I'll just do it manually if I need to. So if y'all are, yeah, everybody keeps saying strings equal fold. I don't want to import a package. Case folding, which is a more general form of case insensitivity. I guess if this is in the standard library, it is. Okay. Is there any benefit to this over... Like, theoretically, they would go through the runes, right? And figure out equality. There must be. Okay, so let's do that. That's fine. So it is in just the strings equal fold. This and tag. This returns a bool. So we just drop that in place, right? Okay, let's stop you. We'll start you over here in the normal way. Not that it really matters, but I will realize that I forgot to close that guy again, so we'll rerun him. Oop, there's the other one. So, we'll get foo in here. Okay, perfect. We'll go with that. And then we'll get bar over here. He can look at foo. He can look at bar. We see that he's looking over. If we look at the room, though, we don't get a notification there, so we need to fix that. But. We need to make sure. So right here, he looks over at himself. Not a great output. So if the source and the target name are the same, we'll do something else. I think it'd be themselves over in this case. In this case, you see. Hi, bro. Good luck. Why do I need luck? I have skill. if I look at myself, you see, yeah, that's not. Either way, you see, look result. And that's because, okay, I've screwed up the state machine is what I've done in the character, I think. It's going to be in alive because the state machine handles the output look targeted event. Yeah, it's still that. Git look data. Handle event. Git look event. On the target. Git look event. This should just return this. And then in our output, we get to decide how to format it over here. There we get UC, but if it's us, we didn't handle the case of us looking at somebody else, really? Yeah, okay. What a fool. What a fool I am! That's fine. This should end here. Well, no. I can still do that. That's still fine. And we can break. But someone looked at us. That's not true. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. If the target character is us, we can do that. Looks over at you. This is... we need to handle these two. Pardon me. We need to handle these two cases. But... yeah, that's... okay. Both of these cases are if the source ID is us. That's what I've messed up here. So, we looked at somebody else. We looked at ourselves. This is if target char ID is equal to us. Right here, we write that. Otherwise, we looked at somebody else. We can just append, not Dart, there we go. We just append UC and then the look result. Alright, now we're done. There we go. Silly mistake, silly mistake. Let's restart the server. I probably forgot to log him out. I did, so I'm dumb. We'll restart him. We still got this character, this client rather. There we go. You logged in. Look. We can see the room. Look foo. You look yourself over and see foo man, already adventurer. Look me looks the same exact way because it uses the same machinery under the hood. We don't have to worry about it. We just handle the case of looking at ourselves. If we log in a second character, we should be able to see Foo Man looks themselves over. Look Foo. Foo Man looks themselves over, right? Cool. Perfect. Look Bar. Foo Man looks over at you. You see Barman, a hardy adventurer. We don't have looking around the room yet, and I don't have a third character. But I could. And I probably should. Just for this, so that we can see. We need a new account. His name is Baz. Oop. Like so. We register him. We create a character for him. He's obviously named Bazman. I am Bazman. Now, we should get a look when we spawn. Hang on. Because I've forgotten about that about 1,700 times so far. Server. That's fine. That's enough. Add a quick look on spawn. Event on spawn. Or rather, not add, but trigger. That way I won't forget about you when I go looking at that. Okay. Now, look Foo. I see Foo Man. I looked themselves over? That's not true. So I need to double check that. That's why we test these things. I need to put automation around it too. Automated testing, but for now. So, if source name is equal to target name, that ain't right. Source and target. Because I've done the wrong thing. There. Okay. So, we need to get these guys exited really quick so that I can restart the server to load the new code. Oop. Fapo? How about Foo? We'll log in Foo. We'll log in Bar. He'll appear in a poof of smoke. We will log in Baz, who will appear in a poof of smoke. Oop, how delightful. Now, I'm going to run into the bug that is driving me bonkers that I hope they fix so very soon. Okay, now, we've got our friends here, and actually I could do this. Could do this, will do this. There we go. We can see all the things. Now, if I look Foo, looks over at Foo Man. Looks over at you, you see Foo Man. I should also be able to say, look me, I look myself over. Everybody sees Bazman looking himself over. Wonderful. Love this. So very happy. East leads to the east. West enters from the east because that's the direction I came from. Okay. There might be a wonky space in there. We can fix that up. That's fine. Looking around the room, yeah, we need to do that still, and also for quick look. Either way. Okay, so. We're going to be careful there. Because now that we use that to trigger the room info, and the notification stuff, that decision's already biting me in that regard, right? That's annoying. I'll have to think about that a little bit. I could pull out the room look stuff into a private function and then just wire it to the public one that gets called as an event handler. That just builds the room data, right? Then we could shoot that over to the character so that it notifies its listeners of the state of the room. Yeah, I think I like that idea. Let's get y'all out of here real quick. I think we only need 2 for now. I think, so I can close that. Okay. Yes. Couple things need to happen. Let's do... Let me throw myself a note here. Server need to pull out a function to build the room description. We can reuse it on a move instead of triggering the event version. Because we're going to only notify the character that comes in. Like, they get a look for free, essentially. That's what I'm thinking. Anywho, let's, before we do that, let's get our look squared away here. Character notify the look result, but over here we do handle move notification, look result. We switch on the data. If it's a character, there's that. Wait, hang on. Okay, yeah, it's because we notify. All right. Yeah. So here, It's a look result. We switch on the data type, characters and room data. Yes, all right, we already have that in place. We actually just need to notify occupants instead of notify character there. And theoretically, if I haven't made any mistakes, everything should start working as we expect. Where'd you go? There you went. So, you in here will need bar in here to witness the mayhem. Think I fat-fingered that, I'm sure. There we go. So, I look around. Barman looks around the room. Excellent. I love it. So, if I was to go east, and then I was going to west, yeah. So we get that broadcast there. So that's what I was talking about. We need to not do that, really. So, let's do a commit first, though, because we did a couple things, and I probably should have done one already, but you know. I was on a roll. Let me make sure. Alive, playing game state, and game map, yes. All of those make sense. Fix output of looking at yourself versus others. Fix missing notification of characters looking around. Also, hang on, I had a cool idea. In here, look result, we don't have a type yet, but actually no, we have it in the data, in the result data. So here, looks around the room. We could do build the room look message, cool. Someone else looked around. We get that here. If data no, room look is the one we type asserted already. If you are a quick look event, I need to do source type. There we go. If you're a quick look type, but you're still not happy with me. Oh yeah, no parens, it's go, not dart. That's fine. We can write string glances, right? And actually, I probably want to do this. Because again, we're using a game event, and we don't want to break it out. No, not on the type. Just on that. Case look event, right? We can say studies the room carefully, right? And then the default will say looks around the room. That way we have something to say. But we should also hear PG client log. Yeah, client log. It's a warning, and we're gonna say no or unexpected room look source type like so. And we're going to get source type, like so. Okay. And that'll string it. It'll put it out there. Now, let's close that. Restart this. Get these guys going. You. So if I quick look, I glance around the room. And if I look, I study the room carefully. Fun, right? I love it. Hello to you as well, Hacken. Okay. Let's do a commit for that. Output different things. Am I using AI for coding? No, absolutely not. Output different things, or if different string, different messages, depending on the look type. Type the right words, it'll work better. There we go. All right. So. This all to done. Why? Because my brain works just fine, thank you. Okay. Now. Looks are done. We need to think about the move, right? We want to truck that in here. This is still to do there. So we need to pull out from the look function here, the look handler. We need to generate the room data, basically. I need the whole look event to then notify. And we get the occupants, so we're in target tile. Doing all this in the tile. Would it make more sense to just put this in tile, I wonder? Let's close some of this stuff. We get too much stuff open. Too many things to think about here. Let's tidy up the workspace. Okay. Now that we're kind of done breaking everything in the entire world. We'll have to do like a day of refactoring tests, but that's fine. Target tile. Over here in tile. We could do, because we have get transits, and arguably this should be a tile thing anyway. I don't think anybody is using get trans. Yeah, nobody's using get transits anymore. I'm not using cardinal 2 either. This can go away. This can go away. This can go away. That's left over from when the editor was in Go and we were using the same stuff. We don't need that anymore. We don't need to expose that anymore. We don't need to expose that anymore. Expose, export, whatever you want to call it. We still need to connect them? Yes, because part of building the map requires us to connect. New tile, I think, still gets used when we Yeah, because we load the data and we have to create new tile objects. So that's still good. We don't edit maps and go anymore. This should probably go away. Yeah, this should go away. Let's just tidy that up now while we're here. One usage, and it's in a test. We're going to do that. We're just going to say that, you know what? Pretty much everything needs to run through the map to get the tile data out of the map. I don't need that anymore. Notify occupants. Should be something we can do exclusively internal to this map package. New tile. Over here, also only used in here, can go internal as well. That's fine with me. Okay. Let's not export things we don't need to. Occupant IDs is no longer used. We have pointers in there now, also can go away. Remove occupant is still handy to us. We're going to leave him here. Get ordered exits is still useful to us because we want to get them in the correct order, I think. That kind of makes sense to me. We might do away with it, though, here in a minute as we replace things with this. Only tests are using it right now, which, I don't like having code that exists only for the purpose of a test, if I can avoid it. But let's go ahead and do a commit here. Clean up the tile file. Stop exporting things we don't need exported anymore. Remove stuff that existed to serve the editor that we replaced. YOLO. Okay. Now, I think that's actually going to take us to 4 hours. So this is a good thing to start with. Okay, so to do extract the description building code in some way. Maybe put it in tile and reuse that to send a look result only to the character that just entered a room. They get a free look. Free quick look. Okay. So that'll be a good place to actually start tomorrow. So thank you to those of you who came to hang out. It was good to see those of you who are returning viewers. It's good to meet those of you who are new. If you like this kind of nonsense, I do it for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending on Monday. So come on back around tomorrow at around 10 a.m. Central Time, and I should be here doing more of it. And I'd love to see you again. If not, you guys have yourselves a great weekend anyway. I'll catch you.